Vertical. On the switch. Okay. Huh. Okay. Oh, that's the problem. This works. I think all that's working. Hey, those are working. Um, and TikTok Studio. Town's lost its faith, colors have been running out. They have a masterpiece. Breathing takes my breath away. Is up in the cloud, shallow snow we found. Trying to get TikTok logged in. I don't know. Let me try this. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Ugh. These days, these nights, changing my life. I love. Oh, say it's true. For you know it'll carry you home. Oh, I hope you have so many places to go. I choose us every time. Whoa, whoa. You know what? Let me do this. My life, my life, stand on you. Whoa, this camera got all wonky. Oh, that's a way higher resolution. That's why. Oh, we'll carry you home. Oops, wrong transform. Like an eternity, I found how to near with me. When you're with you is paradise. And so walk this world alone. Ugh. Hold on, let me fix this login issue with TikTok. As I walk this. Oh, back. Mm-mm. Like an eternity. All right, camera. Oh, we're going to use the OBS virtual camera. Don't have to call. Okay. Whoa, wait. In the dead of night, a broken light, and no there to walk alone. Oh, my brother, you don't have to follow in your bloodline. Oh, 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 oh. In the dead of night, on a broken line, gonna let you walk alone. My brother, you don't have to swallow in your bloodline. Damn. Hmm. Don't wish I had any hands, oh my brother. You don't have to follow in your bloodline. Oh, I got each other. Huh, huh, huh. Well, shit. I'm not ready to let you go. Give me one more time. Love me right now. Oh, love me for right now before you leave me. I'm not ready to let you go. Just give me one more night. You're still mine. Love me for right now before you leave. Oh, love me for right now before you leave me. Oh, oh. I'm knelt on the door. Whoa, is you gonna leave me anymore? Whoa, 'cause you don't need me anymore. You don't need me anymore. You don't need me anymore. And one more life, tell me that you're still mine. Love me for right now before you leave me. Oh, love me for right now before you leave me. Oh, whoa. Come on. Come on. There we go. Hey, come on. Okay. I think one thing I need to do is get the case ready to go in the rack first. What it feels like. Down, no. Too close. Okay. Um, your face. Down off my back. Don't do that. No, that was burning down. You have to get out. And down. You have to get out. Yeah. You had. Oh, had. Run up, run, running. I have to get out. Down. Now look at you now. Okay. Okay. So all I'm going to do is just get everything unplugged from the motherboard. And then I'm going to set this aside and get the case sorted and ready first. I want to make, before I get it heavy, I want to make sure that I've got it racked and ready. And then there's quick clips on the rack slides. But I didn't realize at the time when I ordered them, I went for secondhand rack slides, which is fine. But what I didn't know is that there's so many different sizes and they don't have a standard for um, how the mount holes line up. Holy water's running out. Town's lost its faith. Colors will fade eventually. So if the time is running out, there we go. Make the mundane a masterpiece. Oh my, oh my love. Take one look at you, you're taking me out. Ordinary, why won't you laying me down till dead and buried? Okay, let me. Oy. Okay, so I think that's most things disconnected. All my life found to ya. Breathing takes my breath away. Oh my, you're taking me out. The ordinary. How was you laying me down till we're dead and buried? On the edge of your life, staying drunk on your vines. Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found. Doubtless are your light. It's a shame. I love this case. But it's going to be so nice to get everything cleaned up under my desk and not have so many wires going everywhere to all the different things. Have my computers all together in the same space. The kids will get there eventually. Oh yeah. Okay. We're not going to end up worrying about lights. Whoa. Come on. Like, I want to show this. Okay. So this is how cool their power supply removal is. Because they make it all like tight in the basement, you undo these two screws and you slide the whole thing out, right? and then I can unplug everything, or I can plug in what I need to if it's awkward to get to. And then you just take the mount off like normal and you're good to go. It's really an amazing case design. I wish that they made something for server racks. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is taken apart enough that I want to get the server case now and the rack rails and make sure that I get those connected properly. The alarms here in your arms. Seems like I'm fighting to die. The world's on fire, and I am happily burned with you. Into. All right, Sliger. I'm very excited for this. Now, these guys were pretty great to order from. I do wish that there was like a little more, maybe automated opportunity for information. So, like, when I did the order, it went through and everything, you know, here's your receipt, thanks for your order. But I wasn't sure what that meant for like build time and distribution and all of that, like the process of when I would get it. I did read where it said, you know, it can take like a month to get your product because of build time. Maybe it was like 4 to 8 weeks or something. But and give me out. Once I messaged them and said, "Hey, I was just curious about like the time of things. You know, what's it look like time wise?" And they're like, "Oh, this. We've got, you know, this many builds ahead of us, whatever." Like super informative. I would say that that's pretty good. This is really good cardboard. To burn with you. There we go. Okay. All right. So the front of the rack, or front of the mount, or front of the case, power button, USB-C, USB 3.0s. Okay, so it'd be nice if this came with thumb screws. Not too big of a deal. I've got some thumb screws that I will put in place. And it's all pretty basic. Let me get some snips for that. To give you love. Oh, come on. I don't know where my wire cutters are. Okay, let's see what they got for the mounting hardware. Holy crap. Oh, it's not even tape, it's a plastic wrap. No wonder that was so difficult. Nice thick plastic. All right, and no. Okay, let's see. Here's our stands. So they just gave us some generic back plates. That's fine. I don't need anything fancy for back plates. That's not a big deal. The stands, we'll have to look at the motherboard to see what we need to do there. So this looks like rack wings. Oh, did they? Okay. So handles as an option. Smart. Okay. Okay. So the other case that I got for my Unraid server, it did not have the correct lined up mounts for the long rack that I got for the long. So I got mounts based on the rack size and not case size, which Was a mistake on my part, I suppose. What are these extra holes for? Some other kind of rails? Okay, so let's see if these line up at all. All right, so it looks like I'm gonna run into the exact same issue that I did on the other one. Somewhere new, no, with you. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is the same thing where I'm going to disconnect these. Walk this world alone. Like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I grew to learn to breathe, someone new should know. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me swap this around like that so that I've got, there we go. Okay. So this racks up to this point. If I slide this out, I used the back end of the rack entirely. So what I did was I cut it down. So I think what I got to do is just use the backmost one. Let me switch back here. So if I go with the backmost connector, see, if I go there, I can't get them all in. Now, if I do this one, I can do here. Okay. So I need to stop it at least right there. Okay, so if I do this one, I should only have to drill out that one a little wider. Okay, so what I'm going to do, All right. Now, the other thing we want to do is we want to stop this short here. Okay. I'll mark this one up too. Okay. Okay. I'm going to take my phone with me because it's the only thing that's going to reach over the Wi-Fi. Okay. This should work for what I'm doing. Um, we'll have to plug in power. Power in the just a storage shed. That's not power everything when no one's home. All right. You know, if anybody joins chat, I'll have no idea. See the shed I built? Kept myself a little space inside to be able to work from as needed. Okay. Let's put the phone here for now. I have my drill. I don't need this down anymore. Although I do need to put the drill bit back. Okay, so tapered bit. Works great on metal. And Looking to see if I had a little tiny. This one will do. So I want to put the scrap wood down so that I have something solid to drill into when I'm putting pressure down in the drill. And then that way I don't end up drilling into my actual bench top that I care a bit more about. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so that one's drilled. Dust off the metal shavings here. Try and avoid getting them anywhere other than in the trash bucket. Same thing for this one. Nope. Okay. Next, I'll be cutting. Put this away. And grab the saw. Metal blade on a sawzall. Well, this is a multi-tool, but same bit, same difference. Okay, so what I want to do, I think what I want to do, probably just go through the whole thing. You know what? I had an issue with this last time. Let me do this again real quick. So what I did last time was used 2 extra screws that are just sitting here. And grab a drill bit. Just a Phillips head bit. You know what I did? I did actually put it into this last time because it's attached. It's very secure. So we'll go like this. Put a screw through right here. Loudness. So put the screw in it nice and securely. It's not going to go anywhere. I saw it. Okay, so that's the big cut. We're gonna do 2 small cuts. This side. Okay, now we cut from the front. So throw away the little pieces of metal so that they are not here if and when I come out here for something. Okay, now we're gonna file it. And pliers. So I need to grab. That'll be fine. Actually, that'll be preferred because I can get the corners. Pliers. Oh, pliers out here. I should. I took them inside to use them and then bring them back out. Oh, here we go. Pliers. Come here, pliers. Okay. So let's soften it up first. A little rough on the bottom. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect because it's not like this is an area that's going to get a lot of, physical touch, but I don't want to accidentally cut myself at some point. Sorry for the loud again. Smaller screw. Next one. Okay, that's pretty good. So now the other thing is a bend. So this bent right on the tip of it, inward. Literally, it's just a stopper for if I were to put the slide in without anything on the rack for it so that it doesn't slide all the way back into itself and like get locked behind something weird. This keeps it at the hip, but works as a stopper for it. So that should be good like that. So then it'll slide and it'll catch on the other hardware there. And really, I'm just mimicking they had already. So mine's obviously not as clean and nice, but I don't have the machinery that they do. The manufacturers for that. All right, same thing for this one. Sorry for the loud again. All right. All right. Piece of metal, go bye-bye. Piece of metal, bye-bye. And then we do the bend. Connect this. Make sure it's nice and cleaned up. I just realized I didn't take out any meat to defrost for dinner. If anybody joined in and is trying to chat, I apologize. I don't have any way to monitor chat while I'm out here with just my phone. Okay, so I'm going to wipe these down still with a cloth. Sure, all the metal bits are gone. Pliers can get put away. Extra screw. Put these away. Okay, these are good to go. 1 second. I need to ravel this up. That's on my way back. Get this closed up. What time is it? It is, oh God, 11:18 already. I gotta pick up my kid in an hour. Well, just under an hour. I have surgery in 2 weeks. My hip. And I won't be able to wander around and do any of this shit anymore for weeks or worse, 2 months. Depends on how the healing goes and how much they have to do. Grabbing the pack of baby. That, in my opinion, is one of the best things to have on hand for cleaning. Okay. All right. I'm back in. Get this situated back on here. Oh. Okay. We're going to attach these rack slides. Oh, you know what? Let me wipe it all down first. Really just need to focus on the areas that I did use the metal cutter on. Should be good. All right. Let's turn you around. Whoa. Uh-oh. Webcam went to sleep. I might have to disable the sleep function. See if it comes back for the desk cam. Come on back. Oh, I don't want to close it. What would you close? That should never go. Try turning it off and then back on again. There she goes. All right. So this should line us up here. That should give us 4 mount points side, which should be plenty of support. Just doing the bare minimum to get them started. And then I'll tighten them down once they're all on. Okay, now let me double check before I get too aggressive with going forward. These will fit still. They do. It's gotta be these ones. I do wish that there was a little bit of paperwork or, you know, numbering some identifiers for this. I mean, I know what they all are, but like I can deduce what they all go to. But it would be nice if there was like a listing. All right, tighten this all down. Oh, I want to hear the music. All right. Ow. Okay. Now we'll put this one on. Got the LTT screwdriver. Oh man, my camera. I gotta figure out if there's a way that I can force this thing to always be a specific size. And it's upside down again. And that's tedious. Okay. Okay, so if I slide this like this, I can get a test size so that I know where to mount it. Okay, so from the bottom, it looks like we're 2 3/4 of an inch for the bottom mounter. Okay, 2 3/4 inch from the bottom one. 2 3/4. So I want it to be the top of 6. for the bottom part. Okay. Okay. That's not the right thing. Okay. All right. We'll put these together. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay. So one of the other things I have to do is I have to adjust the size of the rack mounts to the appropriate size. Okay. Let's do the size first. Okay, so what I want to do is I don't want to do all of the adjustment from one side. I want to try and keep the weight distributed evenly. So look around the back there, slide up to the tip. Made it a smidge too small. There we go. It should be good, although it might be a little tight once I've got the brackets in. The the nuts for the rack. Oh, wrong way. Here we go. One here and one here. And you smiled over your shoulder. For a minute, I was stone cold sober. Okay. Let me bring this in here. Actually, flashlight. Cool. So, what we're doing is mounting onto the numbers here. I don't want to hurt this. You know what? Let me flip the camera. Nope. Go back the other way. Oh, wrong thing. Okay, so I don't have a phone mount for in here to work. Sense in any way, shape. Let me see. It's on wheels, but I don't want to move it too far and too much. I do have a big bunch of network cords running into it. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, okay. All right, so using the numbers to line it up. Kind of a spring-loaded deal. There we go. We're going to do these. Skip one. Way that this is mounted. I'm going to do the other side connectors too, but let me press this now that I've got this. I have to move these too. Just go up a little bit higher here. Feed it out again. Come on. There you go. Okay, so that's up and out of the way now. You see I've got the extra cords here ready to go for other computers, other network cables here. Okay, so one thing I am going to have to do is like a patch-to-patch connection. Doesn't make sense what I'm saying right now, but I've got this device here that I'm currently not using. Like I don't have it hooked up all the way. And that's just like a whole other side project, but This is an HDMI USB extender over Cat5. So, other end, plugged in device. I don't have the Cat5 hooked up to this currently, but the idea is that this plugs into a device at the other end, and I can then pull USB connection and network or a Cat5 or video HDMI in this situation across the network or across this network cable specifically to set up another device remotely. And I'm going to do similar here for these computers, but for USB specifically. For video, for like my gaming system, for video, I have a setup for a long display port cable so that I can keep a high refresh rate for the gaming system. But for the stream box, that doesn't really matter, and I can do 99% of my stream box stuff remotely. I'm not even 100% if I'm going to bother connecting a monitor output to it. No, I probably will, because we'll need to get USB or access to the ports over there. Okay, so those are connected. I need to go do the front ones. Okay. All right. The top one for number 6. Come on. Here you go. Skip one, and then number 7. All right. Now connecting the rails, except let me get the other rail. I want to get it to the correct size first. All right. Oh, that's actually slightly loose. There we go. Nice and tight. Just make sure this is secure. Let me make sure it's actually working. Carry you home. Okay. All right, that one's tight. This one loose. Yeah, it's loose. All right, if I do this, oh, I hope no will carry you home. All right. So now all I should have to do connect these on the front end. That should be good. That. Oh, come on. There we go. Nice and tight. Oh, I hope you know they'll carry. Oh, come on. No. I didn't quite line it up right. We're going to make this go a little bit quicker. So I got, this is my server. Can't really see it. Let me move this. There we go. So that's my server on the bottom that I for like game servers. I have a private version of essentially Google Photos that I use. And, you know, other stuff, but it's primarily game server. Right now, honestly, half of the data on it is game recording from streaming because I'm very slow at getting through the edits. Okay. Take 4 screws to the back side and connect the back end. Oi! Oi! Okay. that one's in or started. I'm trying to get everything done and finished and ready before surgery, and because I'll be on crutches for 3 to 6 weeks, so I won't have mobility to do this. And hopefully sitting isn't too painful. And my plan will be to stream all the time in an effort to hopefully distract me. So, okay. The rack mount is connected. Now, I want to make sure that the rack slides in cleanly. There you are. So I need to figure out something for mounting this. Oh. All right. Okay, so if I did everything correctly, I should be able to just slide this on nice and easily. All right, so there's locks on it, right? Does that look uneven? Like one side is slid out further than the other? Shouldn't be. I mean, it's like maybe a fraction different. I wonder if that has to do with the rails, where they're where the size is fixated on them. Let's see if it matters. Oh my God, that is a toit fit. That is a tight fit. I'm not sure that I want those touching. I might want to move this up one spot just so that I don't have to worry about the potential for like heat transfer or anything from box to box. And also, you can hear it sliding against metal there. Yeah, let me readjust this real quick. So first, you come out. And then I undo what I just did. And then I have to put in the oh yeah, okay, that does make a difference. Ah yeah, stupid me. I'll show you, hold on. So because I adjusted the rails slightly differently, they end up with 2 different points. So you can see here how the rail is here up against this edge, but on this side, you can see how it's got this footing back here. It's because I adjusted these rails separately, differently. So what I'm going to do is readjust that so that it's even, but I'm also going to go up 1 notch on these so that I have a little gap between the 2 server racks, because I don't want them scratching across one another and I don't want the metal to transfer. 1 second. I'm gonna. Need to, I just, man, I'm so distracted. I have to take out chicken to defrost for dinner. Now, that's one thing I would love to do sometime. Just stream while making dinner. But I really don't want the headache. All of the people in the house, all the loudness in the area while I'm trying to like make dinner and talk. But also, making dinner is the time that I hang out with the wife a lot. We watch a show while I cook. Nico put this away because it doesn't. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have ice cream tonight, so I'm going to do that there for now. Okay, chicken's defrosting. Okay. All right, come on. There we go. Okay. So we pull this back out. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to unscrew these and then I'm going to raise them up one slot. Come on. All right, they're each going to get one slot upward. So now it's the top of number 7. Oh, it's actually just completely in number 7. That's perfect. Okay, in 7. Come on. There we go. Okay. Those are in. Okay. So what we're going to do is just do the rears to size. The fronts. Uh-oh. What did I say? Front. Okay. Fronts are going to be slid all the way forward or compact. The most compact that they. Okay. Let's pop this out. And this one. Come on. Come on. Out. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. So let me slide this one, match this one. Come on. All right, let me double check that it fits. That's fine. I mean, I could call it baggy, but it'll be fine. Okay, I got about 5 minutes. I can get these reattached. Okay. Okay. The other 4 go in the back. Woof. All right, we're just gonna slide these in nice and easy. Oh, I was watching Lanterns last night. My wife fell asleep, of course, but we were both really into it so far. It's only the first episode, and who knows how it's gonna go overall. But so far, so good. So now, the other thing I'm trying to figure out, I would enjoy moving my stream PC over to the rack, but it's a lot of stuff to set up. Let me check that the case fits. Okay, hold on. There we go. I didn't lock it. So one of the other things I'll have to do, I've got a locking latch. So it's weird, okay? The mounts connect to the case, right? And they have female slider, T-shaped female slider. Inside of that is another slider that connects to the slide that's on the actual case. Now I've got this really sophisticated fix. So if you look here, this little button right there, okay? So I have to push that button in order to slide the case back any further, but I have to push it on both sides. Now, when the rack is all, stacked up with PCs and everything, that's not an option. So I have this really sophisticated way of fixing it. I'll show you. Uh, all right, so check it out. Camera, focus. Cool. Okay, so take a piece of wire, about yay big. Let me get the casing off. The wrong tool for the job, but it'll work for what we're doing. Okay, so strip it down to the wires. Okay, I'm gonna just take 2 pairs and watch this. So this is the locking mechanism. Okay, if I push on it, you see it here. Now, what I'm gonna do is push it out. Let me try like this. Okay, so now that this is here, I'm not breaking the lock from being from like having an opportunity. It's just like I'm forcing it to stay open. So like if I ever needed the lock mechanism for something, it'd be there and I could, get back to it if I needed to. But now I should be able to. Oh, come on. That one is not quite where it needs to be. Turn it all the way back. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. Let me twist it with pliers. You can watch how it gets a really nice twist on it. There we go. And you see how much that's sticking out now. Now, it slides back nice and easy. So the only locks on it now are these front ones that are easily accessible while you have the case access out. All right, and then we slide it back. Little gap like I wanted. Slides back pretty good. Cool. That's sorted. Now, when I come back, I'm gonna make some chicken nuggets. And then I'm gonna move parts from my gaming rig into this case, then hook it back up, and then have to run wires, run the cabling to it. Because as you can see, we've got all sorts of messy mess. And so the thing I'm gonna hook up, I should be able to bypass 90% of the wiring that's down there. Focus camera. There we go. Okay, but I'm gonna have to leave and go get my kiddo from school. Like a 20-minute round trip, give or take. Pickup time is not the quickest. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna go to the BRB and I'll be back. Okay. Hey, there we go. Microphones. All right. So now we got to put the computer together. Got my lunch oven. All right. That's video card. Focus. Okay. So I think what we'll do. Let me move this out of the way. Okay. All right. So this is. So I have to unhook the motherboard and heater to move together. So let's do this. Take this off. Back. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Poker. Was that Poker WD or Poker Word? Just cameras. Show what I'm. Okay, so I'm doing good. I'm just working on putting my gaming PC rack that's. Come on, loosen up. Gaming PC going in today, and then at some as we at some point I will put my stream PC into the other server rack that I bought and get it in there. But I don't know streaming that because in order to stream that, I would have to like take all my OBS stuff and reconnect it, and I think this battery's dying. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think it's just all right. So I end up having to look at the case that I got, the new case that I got. It does say that it's a um, radiator mount and an all-in-one cooler. I don't know if it has a front facing attachment like this, or if I have to get the long screw to mount it. We'll see. Oh, is it cutting out on occasion? It's oh, you know what? That it's got a uh let's try like this. We'll see if that cuts out. I've got the mic on the lapel here on my collar, and I had a filter to block out like background sound, and so I think that that was cutting out when I'm just talking at a more quiet level, or when the lapel mic maybe moves. Thank you for telling me that though, because I'm able to make adjustments. Are you also into tech to the degree that I am? Or some people are only into tech to enough of a point of like letting them do what they want and play what they want, and then they don't bother with it beyond that. I actually know a guy who he works in tech. He he works for a government agency, like a forestry service thing, and he works as a technician, like a system network technician for them, but he hates technology. Like, he doesn't do it on the side. It's not something he's interested in playing with. Like, he's just like, no, I don't care. He's not even a gamer either. So it's like, it's odd to see that combination of, I don't care about technology, but I'm doing it for a job. Obviously, it's not impossible to find that combination, but I guess it's more surprising as someone who has lived and worked in technology for my entire life. Let me adjust the camera since we're not doing the back anymore. You like gaming? Recently bought a Lenovo LOQ. I'm not sure that I am familiar with what the Lenovo LOQ is, but technology is awesome. I love technology. There's a infinite number of things that we could do with tech. Yeah. Well, I mean, a mechanic is still, a kind of tech, right? I mean, just a different kind of technician. But it's very similar things, wanting to know the inner workings of stuff and all of that. Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, where'd that screw go? I dropped that screw and I think it fell out of the case or maybe went under the motherboard, but we'll find it in a second. If you want to learn technology, I highly recommend Linus Tech Tips. They have a lot of really well informed people on all sorts of subjects. They are usually pretty concise with their information, ensuring to give all the aspects of it. And then they've also got a lot of stuff for people that, might not know anything about tech, to be able to build a computer or even troubleshooting stuff. Oh, Tarkov, nice. Yeah, I play Tarkov. Um, have you been playing season 1 of Tarkov? I personally have been playing every day again since season 1. Um, when they started 1.0, me and a buddy played very aggressively for a while, but then he disappeared after a couple months of us playing. He, I guess he got into wanting to play other games, but like didn't say anything to me about wanting to take a break. So he was just gone all of a sudden. So it's like, okay, that's fine. Why is this thing connected still when I took everything out? It goes. So I'd normally pick it up by the cooler, but because the cooler's connected to this radiator, it makes it a bit awkward to try and handle it that way. Yeah, there's the screw I lost. Okay, so let me see it. Okay. All right, here's the other screw that went missing. Um, oh, you're still waiting for the PC. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I haven't played single player Tarkov, but I definitely see the appeal, especially because you don't have to deal with cheaters that way. Okay, that's out of the way. Let me adjust this again. Let me also. I'm gonna go check on my chicken nuggets really quick because they're in the oven. I don't know. Not when I was there. Chicken nuggets are ready. Before waiting for 10 years to play Tarkov. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Tarkov has been in development for. So, that kind of a wait does kind of make sense. All right. I see where the radiator mount option. I take the face off. Oh, nice. It's just a snap-on face. Yeah. Oh god, I love when a computer company does such a smart thing with what they're doing. So these little nubs here, try and show on the camera here. Let me do this one. So these little nubs, right? This way. These little nubs pop into the holes on the face of the thing, right? And so I could take the whole face off without having to use any screws or worry about anything breaking. And it's made out of metal, so it's much more secure than a lot of other ones would. So now what I need to do, put in feet. So these are uh, they call them standoffs also. I would call them feet possibly, but these little standoffs, that little thing, it fits into these little empty sockets on the base of the case. So what I have to do is line them up properly with where it's all going to mount together. So it should be this one. Now, the big deal with this is that I can't get them wrong. If you get them wrong, I have to fix it. They're not labeled for me, so what? 5 1/4 to that one. So that one. Some manufacturers will put like, because the cases are different and there are different motherboards, what they'll do sometimes is have markings on the case to identify the different types of motherboard. So this one is a full ATX motherboard I've got here. And there's also like micro ATX and mini ATX. Yeah, these are essentially spacers that way the back of the motherboard doesn't touch the metal case. So it should be that one, I think. Oh no, that one. That one. Yeah, so the motherboard will have a set number of holes, and those have to follow a standard because they're, the different tech companies require certain standards to exist. So those have to follow a standard. The case companies might build a case that they want to have capable of supporting a bunch of. So they'll build it. They'll, support a variety of cases so that they can sell more of that product. Backplane. I think it should be this one. I'm going to double check by measuring. So normally I would put a few and then hold the motherboard over the space and verify that all of the standoffs are in place in all of the positions inside the case. But because I've got that radiator attached to it, it's going to be awkward to move and hold and all of that. Because normally you don't have the radiator attached already. But because I'm going from one case to another, it's already there. This is the panel that shows the display, and like I'm pretty sure it's also got the brain in it that tells the cooler what to do. That's a whole other view because that just snaps in place. Okay, so does this one have a back plate? Okay, so no, not all PC comes with a radiator. I'll tell you about that. The other thing that I just realized is, so I just built this streaming PC, this other computer, and it came with this back plate already built into the motherboard, which was new to me that they did this. I think it's a great idea. So if you look here, let me move this so you can see. So if you look here, all of those things right there, all those plugs, this lines up with it. This came from the motherboard, and then that's the motherboard alignments. So case manufacturers, they leave a gap there for all the hardware on the back of the motherboard, all the plugs, right? They leave a gap with this exact fit, this standard fit, so that it can have the motherboard build the inside part to, fit whatever they're including on the motherboard. The motherboard that I just installed on my gaming PC, it it had the whole thing built in altogether. Like the bracket was already there, so I didn't have to do anything for it. It was just good to go. Can you fit? You're going to take a wiggle wiggle. I might have to maybe take the fan off to slide it in place and then put the fan back on. Get riveted in place. Yes, it does look like it's riveted. Okay. Try putting it in. So radiators, they don't come on every computer standard. Oh, you know what? Let me unscrew the attachment here on the front. So radiators come only on computers that have cooling, and it works just like you're a car mechanic. It works in a similar fashion as that. It's got coolant inside of it. I think distilled water. That way it doesn't have rolls in it, might gunk things up. So they just use water as a coolant, and it stays inside of its loop the same kind of way a radiator does, or like on a car. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take this one fan off to get it to fit. It's annoying, but all right. So the radiator cools the liquid. The liquid runs back through one pipe and goes to the cooling space on the heat sink on the processor. So it goes there, and then runs through all of its design, and then cools whatever it can, or I guess technically the heat transfers from the processor and the heat sink into the water, and then that runs back up to the radiator, and then the radiator is getting cooled off by airflow. One of those things that there's been water cooling for decades. People have been using water cooling in computers for decades, but well, I guess maybe it's been 20 years now that people have been building these all-in-one cooler options. There was a time period where like got invented, they got produced, but then they didn't get like widely used, so they kind of went on the back burner. They got less popular, but then as technology sped up more and more, the need for them increased. It. My radiator is too big. I mean, I could maybe just put it at an angle. It. Uh, I don't want to have to buy a different all-in-one cooler. That is annoying. That's really annoying. Man, it's when I ordered the case, it said that it supported this size. Damn. Okay, let me put the bracket in and make sure that the feet are in the right spots. So these back plates, they just pop into place because they're designed to be an like all-in-one function for the back plate portion of things. That's a standard size for back plates. Okay, let me make sure these are all lined up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, those are all lined up. This motherboard screws, yeah. I'm gonna put a couple screws into place. If I decide to kind of rig it up in a temporary fashion, I can make it functional for a few days or whatever while I order a part and have it, come in. And that won't be a problem. So up here is where my hard drives are supposed to mount. And then my power supply will go here in this space. And right now, this radiator fan, the tubes, the water tubes for it, they're in kind of an awkward spot because my GPU is massive and it's going to go here and it's going to take up a huge space right here. So I can probably get these over it, but I might need to flip the whole thing over and have the radiator tubes go up here. But I don't think that that's going to fix anything about my spacing for these parts here, because this right here is what I'm having an issue with right here. Because I can't fit both things together. Like, I literally need like an eighth of an inch, a quarter inch maybe of space. Okay, let me put a couple more screws in to just keep the board where it's supposed to be. I'll back this one off a little. So if I mount it at an angle, the issue with mounting something improperly like a radiator, realistically, it's still going to have probably just as much airflow, maybe a little less. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, I don't think that that would solve the space issue. So, but here's the thing though, is I do have one hard drive that I was planning on putting back in this, but I don't technically need it because I've got solid state drives here on the motherboard in their slots. These are called M.2 drives. These are solid state drives. The other one I have is not a solid state drive. It's just more storage, but I don't technically need it. And so it's not an issue if I bypass the use of this right now. But the concern is figuring out the spacing to get the radiator and fans all to fit. Oh, you know what I could do? That might work because, okay, so I don't think that this has been thoroughly tested, but there's essentially two ways that you can have your radiator set up for your cooling. And I don't believe it's ever been thoroughly tested. So option one is push, where you push air through the radiator. So in order to do that, to push air through the radiator, I would put the fan front facing this way. So I would put the fan on the exterior side, right? So it would be, in this case, on the front of the case. I'd put the exterior side touching the fan, and then the air pushes through the radiator. The other option is how I've had it set up, where air pulls through the radiator. So this is creating suction, pulling air through the radiator. If I use the fan as a spacer, like this, I can potentially fit everything and bypass the issue Yes, that is a tight fit, but that'll do. That'll do. Because then the radiator's mounted, the fans are in place, and I should still be able to mount the hard drive. Potentially. This still looks a little tight, so we'll see. But then the question is if this is going to be in the way or not. So I think what I want to do is finish mounting down the motherboard and put the video card in. Yeah, so the push or pull thing on radiator cooling, the debate is not about whether it works or not, but it's about just if one is better than the other. I have seen some testing that has been done on it, and it all seems very negligible in like small degrees where push or pull does or doesn't have an effect on things. It does seem as though in a standard case, like I'm doing a rack mount, right? So it's going to lay on its side just like this. This is the front of the case. This is the back of the case. These are the sides, and this is the top that we're looking into. So the other thing I've seen online is there's a bit of a debate about it, but I believe there was some testing done, and radiator position in a standard case like my old one. Let me show you. Here, let me take my phone to show you. So there's two standard ways to connect radiators for computers. So way one that I had it this last time was top mounted, right? And push or pull is irrelevant in this situation, but top mounted lets the radiator be up here, your processor, your motherboard, your graphics card, right? All of that like that. And then the radiator's up here on top. The idea is that heat rises. So if you were to put it on a top mount, you might end up with worse temperatures because the heat from your video card. So if heat rises, right, this is the top. The heat from the video card, heat from the processor, the residual heat is all getting up. And your radiator, you don't usually exhaust with the radiator out of the case. You usually want fresh air coming from outside through the radiator, so you have cold air coming in and you have an exterior fan expelling hot air outward. So a top-mounted radiator, in some cases, has been shown to be worse because heat rises. A front-mounted one, you're pulling fresh air from the front of the computer, pulling it inward, and then expelling it out the back or out the top. And that's supposed to be better, but in my case, I had hard drives and a whole bunch of stuff going on, so I didn't really have space for everything to do sophisticated or anything. So I could do this though. I can do front mounted fans. Okay. This is going to be tedious to do. Let me get my battery replacement. 5-year-old is into YouTube because she likes watching play Minecraft, and she gets ideas, and then she'll go build stuff based on what they did. She watches some. It's one of those things, like it's kids content for kids. So I'm sure that a part of why I don't like it is because it's not designed for me. It is annoying, but there's not these particular guys. There's not anything wrong with them. Some people are producing content for kids are just making garbage, and it's like literally the definition of brain rot for kids, and I am not here for that. Yeah, with cars, is I can't say on all cars because I'm not a huge mechanic. I've done some things. I've fixed a radiator before. Well, I guess it was technically like a coolant pump. So I'm not a huge car person, but with cars, they primarily put the radiator front so that it has the opportunity to have air forced into it from the exterior. From the act of driving, right? Propelling the car forward is, in essence, pushing air into the radiator. Okay, so I'm wondering. I think for the cable management, I think I want to have the cables on the bottom so that I can have them all tucked away and hidden. Let me verify pushes that way. Okay, so if I go like that. I just do that wrong. That's air that way. Okay, that way. Okay. So I think I'll go like this. Oh, come on. Okay. Uh, okay, so these are just going to be temporary screws to have them sit here where I want them. Okay. So those will mount like that. I could probably run these out the down the bottom. Ah! Okay, stay. Stay, precious, stay. Okay. So these go out the bottom. Love it. Yeah, so the screws that attach the fan to the radiator are long enough to go through the radiator or through the fans into the radiator. They have a little extra length for the sake of if you are mounting it in this way. Like they did consider that when it comes to mounting. The other option is short screws if you're mounting the radiator to the case itself and then putting the fans on the other side. But we're doing it this way. This will be good. Let me put the plug in. Hold on one second. I know I have a piece. My other camera got disconnected because the USB cord, a little tension on it. So let me just fix this real quick. Velcro saves everybody every time. I think what I'll do, actually, you know what? I can probably just okay. Okay. Let me yeah. Let me I think I have to go tell the software come back. Come back, camera, come back. So the other camera there is a like an actual proper digital camera. Come on. Come on. Come on, camera. Oh, I heard it. There we go. It's coming back now. And update. And update. And update. There we go. You know what? It might just be a camera setting. Let me see if I can brighten it up actually. So that those are set to locked. You know, I could probably do it this way. Let me add a filter here or under color, do brightness. Well, wrong brightness. Gamma. I think that's a little bit better. Settings. Drive. Ball. Oh, I was going the wrong direction. Okay. Let me try without the filter. See how that looks. Filter. Let's turn it off. Yeah, I think that looks better without the filter active. Okay. Come on, camera. I think all the silver is causing the light to reflect, so the focus is getting a little out of whack. Come on. Yep, there you go. Okay. Let's tighten the screws for the motherboard. If you were to build a computer, just know hand tightening is like 99% perfect for all the computer parts themselves. You don't want to do too tight that you break something. So you just want to get it snug. Unlike, mechanical parts, for the most part, in a car, you tighten them until they can't tighten no more, and then you give them an extra little something. If I don't find one more screw, I'm going to pull a Linus Tech Tips and not put a screw in every hole. Let me see if I've got. Yeah, those aren't the right. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so video card. Nice, heavy ass video card. So you can, I'm not sure how well you can see in the image here, but there's a slot on this, right? This is the part that slides into this empty socket here. This is a PCIe Express socket. And then you can see this camera. So this little bracket, same on this one. Once you slide the card in, it pushes a little plastic retention to go like this, and it's got like a little holder that it clips over top of the card. So that way, it's like it's almost like a seat belt. So it keeps it in there, even if you were to jostle it, it keeps it attached firmly to what it's supposed to. Okay, so this will go here. If I am going to go over, see what that looks like. Okay, so that'll be about like that. That technically fits okay. A little tight. These don't really have much in the way of heat coming out of them. Did buy. Maybe what I bought won't even work. Because this looks like a different type of a plug anyways. So video cards have gone through some changes in the recent years. Okay, so a standard PCI Express plug from a power supply looks like this, right? The cord would come out the back end. It looks like this. And it used to be that this plug would go straight into your video card on the side or on the back of it. But as video cards got bigger and bigger and bigger and they needed more power, we've now converted to this, where this plug kind of micromanages the power that comes from two connectors on your power supply. So you'll probably have this with your 5060. So now this adapter plugs into this, and then from that adapter, it goes out to the power supply. This should work. This should all work. This should fit well enough. This will fit fine once it's plugged in. I say fine. It could be better, but I say fine. The one thing that I definitely am going to want to also make sure is that I cable manage the shit out of this so that I don't have, so that I can keep as much airflow as possible. As for the radiator, it's where it's supposed to be, within centimeter. I'm gonna start them by hand just to get them all lined up. There we go. Come on, where are you at? Come on. What the hell? Okay, that one's in. These ones should go right in. Oh, you went in. And now you go in. Okay, cool. Okay. Use the drill just a little. Or not. Okay. The holes have a little wiggle space. Let me turn this around. I can give you a visual of what I'm doing. Boy. Me move this. All right. I don't know what the hell this song is. Hold on, let me back this off just a smidge so that I can get that wiggle room back. Oh, I thought it was lift. It's actually left to right, but it's not. So my stream PC, I just have a standard cooler on it. So I won't run into this same issue again of having to like sort out fitting a rate. Oh, it'll be a non-issue for the other one. So that's nice. Come on. Come on. All the way through. Oh. Okay, let me make sure that this will fit the way I want it. There we go. Oh, I'm a full-on gamer. So this is my gaming PC that I've had for a while. Um, so this is just me moving it. I wanted to move it into this big server rack behind me and get it all kind of incorporated into one space. So, have you ever heard of Linus Tech Tips? The YouTube guy that does tech content. Doesn't feel lined up properly. Let me back that off real quick. There we go, that's better. So, the head guy from Linus Tech Tips, Linus, he does all sorts of technology based stuff. He built he built a server rack. Hi, hey, how's it going, Dennisism? Dennisism. Um, I don't remember how that's pronounced. So Linus Tech Tips, uh, he plays games, but honestly, he does more. He does more. Um, he does a lot more tech stuff than he does gaming, right? Like his content is surrounded by doing just technology things. Gaming he does on the side, but he's not like a huge gamer. Yeah, I remember Valheim stuff. How's it going? Um, so Linus Tech Tips, Linus Sebastian from Linus Tech Tips, he put his gaming computer in another room entirely. So he didn't have to hear his gaming computer and he didn't have to deal with the temperature from his gaming computer because gaming computers generate a lot of heat, right? So his computer and his wife's computer, he put them in a separate room and he funneled the air conditioner into that room, and it was where he kept his computer stuff, and he kept it all separate. And then he ran cords to connect his stuff, right? He ran just cabling through his house, through the walls to connect it. And I always thought that that was super awesome. And I told myself, someday I will be able to set something up like that. So it's probably been a month or so now, maybe more than a month, honestly. It might have been 2 months now. I started searching online and I found a server rack, a used one that I was able to buy for 160 US dollars. And this particular server rack, if it were brand new, or one like it, if it were brand new, it would cost around $2,600 US dollars. So, considering I was able to get it used, it was just dirty, has some dings in it, but virtually completely fine. So I got this server rack, 42U server rack, and then I started working on figuring out my plan going forward for how I was going to manage doing computer stuff in it. And so I started looking into cases and the options of stuff out there, but also at the same time, I started looking at like wanting to set up a PC as a stream PC because I was streaming through one computer. So using one computer to stream, it works out well enough. Like, it doesn't generally have a hard issue, but some games like Battlefield 6 and Escape from Tarkov, some games are particularly pissy about trying to produce decent graphics while also streaming. And so, like right now, I'm streaming to Twitch, YouTube, YouTube Vertical, Kick, and Instagram. And I will be streaming to TikTok, but the way that I'm streaming right now with the camera in the room, the digital camera here above, and then my phone, I didn't have all of this set up properly to be able to send the information into the TikTok stream, so I kept that one separate for now. But once I get all of this stuff sorted here, I'll get that software side of things taken care of. And so I used to, back, there we go. I accidentally hit the wrong button on my phone. So I used to just have a wall-mounted cabinet, just a basic cabinet like this. Okay? So this was what I had before. I also need to remember to take all those out before I get rid of this. So this was just my networking equipment, right? So it was basically everything here in the top section. But maybe slimmed down. I think I had slightly less. I didn't have this top one here. So it was here on the wall where you can see the paint's missing. Right? So now I put everything into this rack, and you can see the size of this thing. Right? So you can see I'm 6'2", so you can see how big this thing is, right? Okay, so this thing is huge. So right now, it's got, this is all the network ports because I've got cameras, security cameras around the house. And then this is networking stuff hooked up. This is a 2.5 gigabit switch that allows my stream PC and my gaming PC to communicate at a really fast speed, because once this is all hooked back up, my gaming PC sends my video game stream to my streaming PC over the network entirely. It's all set up over the network. This is a NAS. It's called a network attached storage. Its whole purpose is to just be a backup of important stuff like family photos and stuff like that. This is my server that I run, a Minecraft server, Valheim server. Actually, 2 other Valheim servers are going to be running on it. I also occasionally use it for other game servers like 7 Days to Die when I go play that again at some point. It's also a large storage for me. So I've got 1.5 terabytes of gameplay data that I have to go through and edit that's on that. And then this is, just simple power bar, surge protector type deal for the various devices here. Modem. This is an external hard drive that's connected to this, that it only has family photos and copies of like important documents on it, and that's the only thing that'll ever be on it. And the purpose for this is that I can unplug it and walk out, and I can eventually just plug it in anywhere else and get to it. While this is a little bit more tedious to back up and whatnot. This is the connection for the cameras, and then this is the gigabit power over Ethernet switch that all the cameras are connected to. So this server rack PC has a bunch of massive hard drives in it. I could go get on to it right now over the network, but it's doing what it's doing. The door will go back on once this is all finished and set up. And the idea is to eventually, potentially, I want to hook up some kind of exhaust fan to like the top of this, right? Or maybe just the back. But my intention would be to try and help cold air pull in and hot air funnel out. So it's just a matter of figuring that out. But now I'm going to end up with two of these cases that I love. These cases, they're by Fractal Design, and I think that they are probably one of the most thoughtful, engineered computer parts I've ever met. I've ever seen. Okay. Plug my camera back in or my phone back in so it doesn't die. Okay. Let me make sure, double check these are all tight. Dennis, how's it going? Still doing Valheim? Are you looking forward to the 1.0 update that is 3 weeks away? And poker, if you're interested at all, my YouTube channel, I have a ton of shorts for Tarkov content. I haven't made anything like long form content with Tarkov yet. I'm thinking about using 1.0 to do some of that. But it's all out there on my page, my shorts page for YouTube. So I'm gonna see if I can't wiggle this wire here. All right. Get these over. Um, yeah, I'm excited for Valheim too. I have to have hip surgery on September 4th. So I'm going to be recovering from a hip surgery, and I'm not going to be allowed to walk for like 6 weeks. So I'll be on crutches, and hopefully, sitting at my computer doesn't hurt. Hopefully, because realistically, like that's my life. Like, if I'm not gaming, what am I doing? Oh, come on. I don't know that I want to put that much tension on those. Let me see if I can't get these cords where I want them. Oh, I just saw this guy in con. If you're not on Twitch, you aren't hearing music that I've got going. Twitch is the only place that I can stream it and not have to worry about it. Come on. My heart don't break. Oh, you know what? I bet there's a bolt right. Oh, damn. You were right there all alone. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, I just stepped on the power cord for my. Don't worry, it's just power. Uh, okay, so I want to get all these cords together down in this little pocket. So I'm gonna undo some of this. See if I can't wiggle it around it. I also loosen this. See if that's in the way. Nope. Crap. When do you expect to get your PC poker? And also, have you ever played Valheim or heard of Valheim? Shit, 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 shit. Oh, come on. Okay. Oh yes, Valheim is a great game. I don't know when you played last, but there's been a bunch of updates, in recent couple years, that have been just really awesome. And then 1.0 comes out September 4th. So I am very much looking forward to that. I think I'm going to start a brand new world for that version for when 1.0 goes active. Then Oh, boy. So my intention with this was the cable management of it. So if you look right here, feels like an eternity. Here. So if you look right here, there's this tiny channel that would otherwise not have any use. So I'm getting these power cords for the fans into that space. It gets cords out of the way. They're all underneath the fans. All right. That is honestly so clean. Just looking at it, it is so clean. I'm gonna put in screws for the GPU to keep it in place. I got about 45 minutes or so to try and finish this, and then I got to go pick up one of my kids from school. I might be off after that. I want to get on Tarkov once I get this hooked back up, because I want to verify that everything is doing what it's supposed to. Yeah, okay. I imagine that the company. Okay, so long story. I went online on Amazon and started looking for computer cases when I decided I'm going to do it. I'm going to set up my system to be having a problem. I'm going to set up my system to be in a rack. I'm going to do the whole thing and it's going to be great. So when I started doing that, I started looking into computer cases and I found that there wasn't a whole lot of options. And then on top of that, the options that were capable of connecting large video cards like this one were even fewer. So I looked at a few options and was about to pull the trigger on one on Amazon and just like see if it worked out, and if it didn't, try and sort out returning if I needed to. And then I went to Google and found a Reddit post where apparently this company, Sliger, is the go-to. That was almost bad. Is the go-to for all of the computer stuff, or all of the rack cases that are designed for having a GPU in them and all that, like gaming PCs as rack cases. And then I found out that one of the other streamers I watch that is associated with Linus Tech Tips, he also got his cases from the company. So I appreciate that they are virtually the only game in town for this type of product. So, their existence makes me happy. But I do wish that they had a few finer things incorporated into their product. The metal case, that's fine. Like, that's not that big a deal. Why is this one having such a hard time? Huh. Kind of seems like it's not able to go into both slots at the same time. So, one of the few things that I think they ought to do, if possible, is the powder coating, the paint, or I guess anodized paint or something is what they call it now. I'll show you an example of what I mean, which you doing mechanics. Cosmetically and whatnot, ugly, right? Bare metal. And, this one's got like that powder coating on it that is so well painted. Come on, camera. It's supposed to be on autofocus. I'm not sure what it might be having a problem with how reflective this is. So like that'd be nice as a small touch if this wasn't all just bare metal. But it's not a huge deal and it's not like a deal breaker. Um Let me see how this hard drive it'll fit. Let me just look at this real quick. Where is the mounting brackets? Right there. Oh gosh, that sits like flush. That's kind of see now that's like not good because like it's a pain in the ass to get your drive if you can't get a hand on it. Like I appreciate that I don't know. I feel like a few small changes would make them much more what we might call tinker friendly, and that's not because I am the tinker, but tinker friendly as in people who like to tinker with things, which is of course why I also chose the name that I chose because I do a little bit of everything. Um, yes, if once I put it on the rack, it technically doesn't matter, which is why I think like the paint is not a big deal, but certain things like accessing a hard drive, making adjustments or changes, that is something that tinkering people do. If you're not into computers, you don't care, totally fine. But I may want to make changes, may want to grab a different drive at some point, that kind of thing. And now they do have a lot of drive options. I'm going to see if I can fit this outside of the drive rack so that I can push the drive rack or drive that I'm going to use all the way to the top. Well, let me actually see where it fits. There might be space for the cords to go across the top. Let's see. There is a little bit of space, but that means I'd be stuck. If you see here, there's a little bit of space, but then these cords would be stuck only going out from right there to get where they're going. And what I wanted to do is see if I can run them here and then over. So I'm going to try and see if they have enough wiggle room and bend to them that I can fit them where I want. Yeah. See, and that's something else. Like if there was a little bit more wiggle room in there, you get a little bit more play. It's one of those things like that other computer case, the Fractal Design one. They do magnetized for most of their connections. Come on. Nope. So like you take a side panel off, it's magnetized. You take the other side panel off, it's magnetized. You take the top off, it's magnetized. Like, that's amazing. And then their hard drives, the way that their hard drives slide into that case, it, I don't have one sitting here. So it sits in this, here, let me just pull one. Let me turn this around, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so this one, the reason that I think that these guys are brilliant in terms of engineering and like they thought this out, this is just a hand screw, right? And this is the hard drive case. And that's it. Taking a hard drive that's in and out, that's all it takes. So they've got rubber silencers here. You attach the drive from the underneath side. And then when you want to install it, you can see back here, right back here, it's this kind of a slat. So this connector right here, it hooks in, there's the camera. So it hooks into place and then you do this screw and that's it. So it's like, it's an amazing way that they built this and designed this. So it goes in and then boom, just like that. Now, if you really wanted it to be extra secure, they also offered the opportunity to put a screw in the other side to keep it like nice and solid. And if you didn't want to show how all that was connected, this little plastic guy slides in, pops into place. And so now your glass window, you don't see any of the hard drive here. It's Fractal made an amazing product there, and they really thought it out. These guys are producing this company, Sliger. I am so happy that they are building this, right? Because no one else is building it. But I do wish that there was a few more of those little comforts. Power switch, power LED. Wiring your speaker system. This is crazy. Speakers can be pretty complicated though. So like, you know, it's not like it's nothing. This is computer stuff, but I've been doing this literally for 30 years. Like I probably built my first computer when I was 11 or 12, and I'm 40 now. So it's like I'm on the edge of 30 years since I built my first computer. Where are we at? Need the jumper junction. Where is it? Trying to read the board is complicated. That's USB, that's audio. This one might have, hold on. Sometimes computer case will have special adapter. One does not. Okay. I've had a couple computer cases that have a special adapter that plug in to the motherboard, and then you plug all of the
cords into it. I just can't see. Oh, there it is. Jumper 1, right? That's JFP1. That one's blank. That's power. That's reset. That's power LED. Okay. I was definitely in the way of the camera for that one. Hey, how's it going, Scav Daddy? I am putting my gaming system in a server rack. So I bought this used server rack here. And so my gaming system is currently getting transplanted into this rack ready case. I got rails on it, and so it'll slide into place down here next to me. Show you with this. It'll slide into place. Computer that's right here. So I've got my server down here. My gaming system will go here, and then I'll once I do it, my streaming system will go on there. So once I get all that set up, it'll be nice because look at how messy all this is down here. Like, and I've let it be more messy than I normally would, but like all of the excess of cords, I'm gonna get everything all situated. But I got to get this computer put back together first, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm thinking about the airflow while I'm doing it. Yeah, Corvin, I've been building computers for almost 30 years. And then professionally, I've been working on computers since I was 16, so 20 well, I mean, technically professionally, if you consider getting paid by your aunt and uncle or like family friends to fix their computers at home, then I've been doing that since I was 12. But if you want to mean like a real job, then I've been doing it since I was 16. I would keep working on computers for a living if it was a viable option, but my body disagrees with me doing much. Like, this has already been a lot just to be kind of standing up and doing all this. Let's see. What is this connector for? Probably the USB. No, this one's USB. This audio? This looks like a different audio connector, but I didn't see it come with an adapter. But that wouldn't make sense. This has to... Look. This is a separate connector for USB? Oh, yeah, okay. So okay, so it looks like this one is for the two USB 3 ports on the front, and then the other one is for the USB-C port that's on the front. Think about what I can do with Corvin, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive. That's great. I feel it. I feels it. Yeah, computers are amazing though. Like, okay, for example, a lot of people complain about Escape from Tarkov or any first person and what's known as desync, which is when you die or try and think you're killing somebody, but what ends up happening is like a delay in communication makes it look like you killed them when you didn't actually kill them. So that's desync, right? Tarkov is a very specific game where there's dozens of different kinds of bullets that have different kinds of reactions when they hit the body. They can cause bleeds or not cause bleeds. They can do damage. They can penetrate armor, but only armor of certain kinds. There is dozens of different armors with different values to them. So like when we're talking about being connected to a server that's, somewhere like a West Coast server, you're connected at a certain speed. That's great. But also, you're talking about stuff happening in milliseconds where they're calculating how much damage is going to be done to a given person, and how that damage is dealt to them. Like, computers do amazing things all day every day that people just don't know to recognize what those computers are actually doing, because you're talking about like insane amounts of calculations all at the same time. It's amazing. Okay, let's see if I can get this. I am currently reconnecting this part here. This is the part that has the power plug and the USB ports. So what's called the front IO, the front in out. So this one, they have a very specific shape here for it. I'm just trying to make sure that it gets seated properly when I'm putting it back in, but I had to go through a lot of hoops to get this to fit back in, or to get all of this to fit, actually. Oh, almost. Come on. Come on. Come on, computer case. Come on. Mr. Scavdaddy, have you looked at Tarkov at all on the first season here? Oh, that's what the problem is. I'm installing it upside down. Why don't you guys tell me that? Um, Upgrading from a PS4 to PS5 was insane. Yeah, yeah. Um, you do modding on your PC, like what kind of modding are we talking about? Are we talking like physical modifications? Because I've done some of those in the past, but I never got super into it. Come on. Yeah, Mr. Scavdaddy, me and Poodles have been, well, I got on season one after it launched, and then Poodles decided he was willing to join me, even though he's, primarily been on PvE since switching to PvE, after 1.0. I'm super enjoying seasonal. Um, I've actually been playing every day again. So like after we played on our primary accounts, um, we got back up to like level 30 or something, 25 on our prestige. I think I didn't play for like a month when I was waiting to see if you were going to come back. And then I just got really into Valheim for a while. And then I started dabbling back on Tarkov after that. It was definitely nice to get back into, but it's a very different game when you're playing solo. But I was probably, only doing a few games here and there, whereas I've been on seasonal and I've been going hard on it. That's not even the right size. Why are these not fitting properly? Oh, you know what? These ones. Proper hard drive. Well, me and Poodles have been around. If you end up wanting to play at some point, I got to get this hooked back up before I even have the opportunity to. But beyond this, I will probably play some tonight. but I've been for many months now. I've been reading to my girls every night at 8 o'clock for them to go to bed. So like 8:15, I get off the computer, go read to them, hang out with the wife for like an hour, watching a show or something, and then depending on the time, I get back on or go to bed even. So I haven't been doing the late night stuff as much. Not not as much, but it still happens. Let me see if I have any more double. Okay. I doesn't look like I have any double-sided tape. I don't know if you saw Mr. Scab Daddy, but I have my hip surgery coming up September 4th. So once that happens, I won't be able to get up and do much. So I will be probably on the computer more, but it just kind of will depend on whether or not I have problems sitting at the computer. Why is this one wound up? Doesn't seem right. Um, it's my hips. So you know how I've had problems with my feet and legs for a long time? So while I was pursuing trying to figure out what's wrong with my feet and legs, a doctor did a scan to measure my bone length. And when she did that, they found out that um, there's a bone growth, or there's a growth in the bone in my femur on my right side. It's nothing. It turned out that it's called an enchondroma, and it's basically just like cartilage tissue that can just grow spontaneously and is a non-issue unless it causes like um, a stability problem, like if it ends up weakening the bone or something. So it's right now it's a big nothing. It's not very big and it's not an issue. But when I went to go see the ortho guy about that, he basically was, so what brings you here? And I was like, well, technically this, but like all the other stuff. He's like, okay, but I see you have an issue with like chronic pain for a long time. Like, tell me about it. And I'm like, oh, I really, I thought, it's funny. I thought like this guy's about to hear my whole story, but he's not going to be able to do anything. He's not going to give a shit because it has nothing to do with ortho. I'm just here to get this guy to look at this bone growth. Like, there's no way that anything comes of this. Like, but I guess, sure, I'll tell another doctor my story because whatever, not that big of a deal. So I tell him the story, and he goes, okay, but looking at your x-rays, it looks like you might have an impingement in your hips. And I was like, I don't know what that means, but okay. So he does a physical and he basically like has me lay down He takes my knee, pushes it up to my chest, and then tries to rotate my leg outward. He goes, yeah, your impingement. You got an impingement in your left hip. And then he checks the right side, and he's like, you got one in the right side too. I can't tell. It doesn't seem like it's as bad as the left side, but you definitely have an impingement in your left hip. So I'm going to send you to UC Davis to see a specialist who does hip impingements. Like, that's his whole thing. I was like, oh shit, okay. Once he explained what it was, I started like thinking back in time, like, when has my hip ever bothered me? And there's been occasions, you know, say we go to like the boardwalk or something, right? And we go walk for the day, or we go to an amusement park or a zoo or whatever. Like, if I go spend a couple hours walking, eventually I'll get what feels like a clicking in my hip, and it'll hurt and be annoying, but it usually goes away after a little bit of rest. So it's never been much of an issue for me, and it's never even been enough of an issue that I bothered to say anything about it. And so it turns out that inside my femur, not inside my femur, but the head of my femur. So this is like the classic bone shape, right? So leg bone, head of the bone, right? So it's supposed to be like this. Narrow, 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 bump outward to the head of the bone. My issue is I have this extra bump here. I've got images of the x-rays, but I've got this extra bone growth they call a bone island that's grown at the head of my femur. And because that happened, I'm going to have surgery for them to grind that down. So that is scheduled for September 4th. And I will be on a no walking situation for a while. Wrong. It was on the other side. I mean, it hasn't been pretty, but it's like, it's so weird because, like, I wouldn't have ever even thought of my hips as having problems until the doctor said something, but it makes sense after he explained what a hip impingement can do. And I looked it up, and like, hip impingements can cause all sorts of problems with your feet and legs. And so about 2 years ago, when I started my diet and losing weight, I decided also that I was going to go back to the VA doctors and try and get them to, do more, see if they can finally tackle whatever is going on with my feet. And so at the time, the issue that I had primarily was that my feet, every day when I woke up, wake up first thing in the morning, get out of bed, go to the bathroom, that whole routine, it felt like my feet were cracking. And it was not pleasant. It was not enjoyable. It was not a good time to be had by anybody. And then they would just be constantly sore throughout the day. And if I ever spent like 20 minutes not on my feet, so sit at my computer for an hour, get up, and I feel it again. Every time I get up, I get that same sensation happening every single time. And so I go back to the doctor. They get me back to a podiatrist. I tell the podiatrist what I'm experiencing, what it feels like. And he's like, okay, well, let's go get you insoles for your shoes, custom insoles. That'll help with pain issues. And, once you've got custom insoles, he was like telling me about his life experience, his direct experience. When he got custom insoles, it took a little while, but after a few months, the pain was gone. He was a non-issue for pain anymore. And so I'm like, I don't really believe it's going to go down like that for me, but sure, I will try. So they gave me insoles in my shoes, and they gave me custom shoes. And they're like, okay, now listen, there's two ways you can handle this. Option one, wear the shoes for a couple hours a day and steadily increase it, but only wear them like 2 hours on the first day, first couple days, then a couple, add an hour for a couple days, add an hour for a couple days, and just keep slowly increasing over time. And eventually, you'll get to the point of wearing them all day, and your feet will be used to the new insoles with less discomfort. And they're like, the other option is to put them on and wear them all day. You might end up with some discomfort, but you'll get used to them much quicker. It'll take about 2 weeks and you'll be good to go, rather than, 6 weeks of gradually increasing. And I was like, okay, sure. And I said, I will go for the aggressive approach. I would rather find out if they're going to work in 2 weeks or 3 weeks instead of waiting 6 weeks to see if they help or not. So I go through the process of getting the insoles. I put them on. I try, and I end up having to call back the place after 2 weeks, and I'm like, hey, my legs hurt, and they've hurt like every day since getting these insoles. And I don't know if maybe they're not quite the right shape or what, but it's not good, and I need to do something. And so they had me come back in. They made adjustments and changes. They ended up trying 6 different pairs of orthotics that they custom built to my feet. Every single thing. Nothing was taking away the pain in my legs at all. Nothing did it. So, podiatrist is like, well, let's try physical therapy. It might not help, but it might help. We don't know until we try. I tried the VA's physical therapy. It sucked. They moved me to, I was able to get them to let me go to a different doctor. And so I went to a physical therapy place here in my city that I live in, rather than through the VA in the other city. And so I went here to a local guy, and they were great in terms of experience and how it felt going there. I felt cared about. I felt like they wanted to see me get better. They wanted to see me succeed with my, experience. So that felt great, but it didn't help. Now, while doing the physical therapy, I went and saw the specialist about my hips. And he's like, hey, let's do an injection first. Based on your images, you probably need x-ray, but I like to do injections first to see whether or not the issue for sure that you're experiencing is related to your hips. Because if it is related to your hips, this cortisone steroid injection should help relieve pain for some time. So I'm doing physical therapy. I get the injection. A few weeks into physical therapy, they're like, a few weeks into it, the physical therapist is like, honestly, you should be experiencing a lot of relief by now. And the fact that you're not means that this might not be for you. This might not be something that helps you. And I was like, that's disappointing, but we'll keep going and see how it goes. And then over the weekend, and this is like 8-9 days after I had gotten the injection, they said it'll take about a week, maybe 2, before it kicks in. Almost overnight, on that like 8th day after the injection, almost overnight, the pain in my thighs was gone. It was like almost non-existent. And it's like, oh my fucking God. Like, I still had other issues, other pains that I could feel, but it was a shock that even did that. Like, I was surprised that the shot helped. And when I told the physical therapist about that, he's like, honestly, if it was more overnight like that, rather than you been getting better gradually, then the injection probably did it. And it's like, okay, cool. So now, fast forward several months, and now I'm scheduled for surgery. And yeah, Corvin, I I don't mind the gross or the grotesque. That's fine. Yes, they are going to use some machine. So they're going to do arthroscopic surgery. So that's small incisions, small tool, small camera goes inside the hip joint. So they go in from the front in a couple different spots, and they'll do the camera and they'll do the tools, and they'll go in and they'll grind away the excess bone that's not supposed to be there. They will have to repair my labrum because my labrum, the soft tissue that surrounds the socket or that surrounds the head of the femur that protects the socket or protects the cartilage, technically, the labrum and the cartilage have been getting destroyed. So, good times. Well, it is a Dremel, it's just arthroscopic, so it's a very tiny one that goes in through a small incision. But yeah. So they do the surgeries arthroscopically because it allows for better healing and recovery. Um, Here's the pump connector. Head's in the way. Okay, so there's the pump connector. So this is going to consume a USB header. I think I'll put it down here. USB header, we'll take this one. Yeah, so all I know for sure is that the MRI shows that there's cartilage damage and there is labrum damage and there is a large bone island at the head of my femur. And that is literally the extent of my knowledge. They don't even know for sure, because they're like, the MRI is helpful, but we don't really know what the damage is like until we get in and look. So they couldn't even, they can't even tell me ahead of time how severe the repair is going to be. Best case scenario, it's a pretty straightforward repair. They fix it up, and hopefully, from that point on, it's a non-issue, and I don't have to do anything about it for 20 years. Worst case scenario, not very long from now, I end up having to have a hip replacement. But that's not a worst case scenario we talk about to my wife. Not a secret from her, but it's a thing that we don't want to put in her brain and have her worry about for all these weeks leading up to surgery when it's, a possibility. So, no one tell her. She's not in the stream, so it's fine. So I am wondering if maybe this company that does this computer case, I'm wondering if they considered making a slightly larger one, and maybe they do already. Didn't see it on their page. But if they made a slightly larger one, they could have a channel behind the motherboard for cable management. It would help with this kind of situation. Put this one down here. These peripherals. Peripheral also. This. Keep in mind it was. There we go. Yeah. I guess I've also got some what they call disk desiccation happening. So that'll be fun to have to deal with eventually. One more thing. One of those things where it's like the only good thing that came out of my time in service is the fact that I got disabled by the military, so I'm taken care of medically. But there's also that thing of like, we don't know what condition my body would be in if I had not joined service. I might not have ever had any of these issues crop up. So I might have just, gone and worked and put away money and been fine. All right, so these are all the fan connectors on this side. Oh. Fan, fan, fan. Brains, brains, brains. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm going to actually put this up here so that I get a little more space to get the fans plugged in. And I've got to leave in like 5 minutes. Shit, I did not get this done. Get these connected. All right, we're just going to shove all of this into this space. Well, my thing with my hips is some level of genetics, like it's just a random occurrence that like some people just get bone growth. But most likely my time in service is why it got so messed up. I gotta. I gotta tell a kid to get ready. You ready, little one? All right. I think. Oh, baby. What? You get it all done? Nice. Okay, let me just plug this in. And then I think I'm done. Careful. Yes, you can have one of my chicken nuggets. What's it like to get to eat all of your own food? Makes you happy? And what's it like to get to eat all of my food? Extra happy? Okay. Ready to go? Huh? Well, you can take the chicken nugget with you. My gaming computer. I changed the case that it's in. I think that's everything. So I should be able to put the face on. Yeah, the face of the case. This. Okay, graphics card's plugged in, processor's plugged in, cooler for the processor. RAM is still seated. That, oh, you know what? I should probably fill the back plates. There's no exhaust fans in this case. Yeah, oh. I might have to look into seeing if I can get a couple mini fans here to just be able to exhaust. I think I'm going to leave the back plates open as more opportunity for air pressure to. And I'll look into if I can't find some small fans. You're eating more? Okay. Maybe I can eat the rest of my lunch? Because that is my lunch. So maybe you just take those two and I eat the rest of my lunch? Okay? Can you stop spinning my chair? I don't want you to hit anything. A lot of stuff in here. Okay, stop spinning my chair. You're not listening. I'm not listening. All right, I gotta disconnect. I'm gonna get back on the stream when I get back, so that we can get this plugged in and see about fixing up the wiring. So we'll sort all that out. But I'm gonna mark myself as be right back, and I'm talking on the stream. I'm gonna put myself in my BRB window and back like 30 minutes. I've returned. Okay. Um, so okay. Need to install the case into the rack now. Cool.
What's happening?
On a computer. Pointed at me. Got a problem? That's just a rarity these days. Ordinary with loop combs.
What?
Me too. I was on the Alex Barnes Spotify and it went to this. Ordinary with loop combs. Huh?
I had a meeting. I have been struggling with some, so we have 5 trainers. Like,
Um, what needs to be done now? I gotta. Into a lot of this boards. There we go. Nowhere key. Oh, there it goes. That's what? Yeah, you looked at me like
Oh, so sorry that
weirdo.
I have big thoughts.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see. Nope, wrong box. Oh, you know what? I separated them into their own boxes. Hey. Okay, so we need regular power cords. Those are angled ones. That's regular, but it's kind of long. That's very long. That's regular, but less long. That one's probably the right size too. Oh, that's not supposed to be in there. It's supposed to be USBs. Okay, so first, now I gotta get this computer plugged back in, and then oh, where's the flashlight? Flashlight back on. Okay. There it is. Okay. So that's plugged in. And then there we go. So now it's this one. Need to plug that into the network. There's a regular size power cord. And relatively normal size power network cable. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this is gonna probably work for the monitor. I might need longer ones, but not the incredibly long ones here. Yeah, that one's not long enough. You know what? This might actually work. This one with an angled head. It might actually be the right size. Okay. I actually think that that is the right size for what I want. So this. Gonna go in here. Let's try like that. Oh, it's snug. Okay, let's see. This one will go. These ones will go away. So we're gonna unplug this because this doesn't need this much power. We're gonna unhook these. We're gonna need a different USB cord so that we don't waste a long one. Oh, it's pulling. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I have a different one that has a smaller cord. I do not. Okay. Gonna wrap this one up tight. Dun, 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 dun. Gonna need that little bit. Okay. Wrap this one up tight. I'll wrap up the other side nice and tight too. Okay, and then we're gonna Velcro it to the desk leg. Oy. Okay. With a longer one. Okay, guess we'll do that. And okay, let's just do that. Oh, up to that camera, that's fine. Okay, so I need to get a different, smaller USB power. All right, keyboard and mouse here. And this one, oh, that's audio. Okay. Yeah, Corbin. I don't think Overwatch would be something I'd go for. That is not my cup of tea. I haven't played it, but it's one of those things that I just never really had a big interest in it. Battlefield 6 has been great. Tarkov. I haven't really messed with any other shooters lately, I don't think. I'm trying to think. Okay, now I did read something that these longer cables are actually directional. I need to make sure that I use the correct one, the correct side. This one not directional? So this one's directional, but the other one's not. Interesting. Well, I guess the big thing will end up being whether or not they produce the quality image that they claim to. Oh, that's... I did not. Okay, I did that. I meant to get a display port for both. I think I got this with something else in mind, but that's fine. And display port in. Okay, so I've got these connectors, covers, for the arms. So this should be like that. Come on. Pretty sure it's there. Yeah. Okay. So, do it like that with a little bit of slack. And we'll do the other ones. These ones are just these slides. There we go. Now we put power through the desk. Plug that one in. Oh, you know what? Let's make sure that these don't get tangled with that. We're gonna pull the USB cords actually out of here for now. I don't want them to get tangled up with stuff. Hello, infinite cord? Oh no, that's the wrong one. I think actually, I'm going to put the camera cord for the regular webcam. I think I'm gonna put that through this monitor arm also. Let me get this one on. That's backwards. I did not expect this cover. And you say what or hold on? I don't know who's doing this cover, but it's like an R&B cover of Still the One from Shania Twain. Like it's very R&B cover. That's wild. Okay, so now the power looks better. I need to grab a different USB cord. Do I have a shorter? I should have a shorter. That's a shorter one. One second, let me untangle. See, so now I can power this thing. See, power. It gets to stay there, and then get a much shorter cord. Doesn't require wrapping up as much of it. Okay, that away, put that away. Okay, put that there. Such a mess. Such a big mess. Okay, let me get a USB extension. So I don't know if this will actually create a problem or not in the future, but we'll find out. USB cords have a maximum limit for the length that they run because they can only send so much power so far. And right now, this camera on top of the monitor is going to run to the the streaming PC that's just under my desk. But eventually, it'll have to run all the way around to the rack. But I can't go that far. So I did get the power extenders or USB extensions that send that data over network cabling. And it lets you push that so much further. But I don't know if I'll be able to do this standard USB extension and then also extend it over the network, or if I'll run into issues or not, especially with the camera, because it's, doing high resolution stuff. It's a little more finicky about its distance rules. Okay. Okay. Those are at least going the correct direction. Stream dock is unplugged, but I need to run it around also. Actually, it doesn't need to go around anywhere, it just needs to go tucked in over here. So the USB stuff that I'm gonna be plugging is gonna sit here for now. Oh, no, we'll go over. So all of that stuff is going to get plugged into the network port, the network USB extender to bring over and hook up. Eddie swims. Oh, that's who that is? Okay. So this is the transmitter, this is the receiver. I think what I'm gonna do is just mount it here, like this. Yeah, I think. If I can do just one, might need to do two. It'll be really close. Let's see. Oh, that's real tight. We're gonna have to use an extra one. Where is extra one? Okay. Oh man. At this rate, I'll get done just in time to go make dinner. Come on. There we go. That is not as secure as I would want it to be, but that's okay, I think. Looks like my phone battery might be dying. I'll have to get it plugged in a second. The last night, isn't this the last night? If the world was end, I would be next to you. Ooh, ooh. Okay. So I'm just going to get just the bare minimum of these USB cords through to plug them in. Okay. Yeah, that's way better. These are going to all run down the length of the area though. And this needs to get plugged into the back of the computer. Wait. Okay. All right. Focus. I don't want to go plug this in. Make it confusing back there yet. We can definitely move the trash can away. Don't need that for this. So I need to do a custom network cable run across the length of the desk. Okay, that's the audio kit. Oh, I need to bring that over too. I was just looking at having my DAC on the desk, and I think I'm the only eat it there. About potentially get the in-ear monitors. Oh, this also needs plugged in. Crap, I forgot that. That might push a little. Yeah. Yeah. Not like that. Should be fine. Okay, optical cable. I think this. Take a little bit off cable. that one. Okay, this one. Okay. This one going nowhere. Audio cable, triple cable. It's not plugged into anything right now. What did you say you want for dinner? Pasta? Okay. You're welcome. Okay. Let's go over there. That's fine there. Out of the way a little bit. Okay. So, one thing I want to do is a bunch of separated Velcros. Okay. So, I got this big thing of Velcro. If I do straps around this, that should be plenty. So what I want to do is I want to do maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's cut 6 just to be on the safe side. This is number 4. Number 5. And number 6. The words too. Okay. So all of these. So I'm going to connect that Velcro. Just keep them baggy for now while I get all the cords through, and then I'll go back through and tighten everything off. That one there. This one. Here. This one, bring it over, put it here. Boom, made them in the box. Okay, I'm gonna clean this up. Focus, camera, focus. I also need to run a network cord. Okay. Wait. All right, so there's a box of networking cable. So start it here. Through as we go. Do the extra one. There they are. Okay, so do one here. I think I'll do another one there. The desk has these bolts for the. Yep. Bolt. Or look at my shorts. Actually, I'm gonna use 2 more here and a third one there, so that's 3. Another one there.
Your daughter
Which one? Okay.
comes out and her arm is all bruised up.
She said she's been sucking on it.
She's been giving herself hickeys.
Yeah.
I was about to go throw down, like someone grabbed her.
Yeah, that was my first thought too, especially with where it was. I was like, hey, what happened?
Fuck, someone grabbed my kid.
And I was trying to think back, like, did I ever grab her? And she just
I was
bruised
thinking
like
too.
a
I was
peach?
like, shit, I do this? Did we have shower night or something? Fucking on her arm.
Yeah.
She stopped there and now is on her arm.
Yep. Well, the issue with the hair was that she kept biting it.
I have that oral
I thought you were a winner. So what, you want to get her a fidget kazoo?
One more Velcro. At the base of the leg. Oh. Okay. Um, that's transform. Flip on the horizontal. There we go.
Boy.
Oh, sure. Aside. This guy. All right, let's try and do this. Unplug. Replug. Flashlight. Damn it. Flashlight. Yeah, flashlight. Alright. Why do those all look like USB 2.0s? 3 is always on, right? Or red is the always on option. Okay. That's plugged into the USB. Let me tether it here so that I don't have to worry about it dragging. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. How's that? There we go. Okay. Orange and green with blue in between. Okay, as soon as this cable is done, I'd be able to boot up my PC, make sure it all works. Orange and green with all right. Terminate. What? Why?
Because Liam might stay for dinner.
You should start with asking, can someone stay for dinner? Depending on what it is. Oh, I'm sorry. That is not how it works. Do not provide a menu, so you decide whether or not you want to be here.
How are things?
Okay. Something be wrong. Need my punch down. Boy. Definitely wrote 23 on it. Hey. You would see some. It's pretty cool though. Crazy was cool.
It's cold in here. Kyle.
Okay. Now, all the stars. 3 watches. Okay, all that's working. Now I have to check. HDMI one.